This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our sunset safari here on WildEarth this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And it looks like it's a beautiful afternoon here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the world-renowned Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera, we've got Gert this afternoon. So thank you for joining us, and hopefully you guys are going to have an exciting day with us, and I'm hoping that we are going to find some awesome things for you this afternoon. But as you know, as you can see, we are live, we are interactive, so please, if you want to send any comments, any suggestions or questions, please go onto our social media platform, to Twitter, go to #WildEarth. Or just go onto our website, wildearth.tv, and just go onto our channel page and make sure that you do register with us as well. For all the kids under the age of 18 years old, please go kids questions at wildearth.tv. All right, so as you got to see here at the moment, we are pointing at a leopard track. So we've got a leopard track that's coming down one of the roads here on the western side of the Sabi Sands of Djuma Private Game Reserve. So of course, this is a female leopard track that's walked all the way down, of course, a road called Mendoza Road. And I think this is Shadulu. Apparently last night, Odie, our other cam op, and of course one of our tech guys, they went to go and fix the mast up in this area, and they bumped into a female leopard last night, and they said, well, he said, Owen thought it was like, I thought it was maybe a male because it was quite large, but it, of course, looking at the track here this afternoon, you can actually see it's definitely a size for a female leopard. Very nice with the 3 lobes at the back, and of course the 4 pugs in front, and no nail marks on this spoor. So yes, joining us, of course, today on the Djuma Private Game Reserve will be Tess and Panda on Wendy, and of course in Pridelands, it'll be Chris and BK. But yeah, while we continue looking at these tracks, let's see what the weather is like here at Djuma Private Game Reserve and in Pridelands.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is certainly a little bit warmer than this morning and a lovely day in Djuma. I've started my afternoon at the Hyena Den, and we've actually got quite a bit of activity. In the entrance is Ndebele, and she is very casually napping away the start of her afternoon. We have also had Corky here. She was suckling her cub, and she's just moved around the back. And in fact, Swazi is here as well, and is currently in the grass playing with some of the other cubs. So we've got quite an active afternoon starting here. Absolutely brilliant. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here for the afternoon. Behind the camera today is Panda, and of course we're very excited and happy that we get to come to the den site and that it's actually a little bit active for a change. So this morning, obviously Cedric tried here, and it was just Ndebele here in the entrance, but no glimpse of any new cubs. So we've decided to come and start the afternoon to see if we can work out how many new little cubs Ndebele has. Now, because it's not so hot this afternoon, that does mean that the hyenas are a bit more active than usual. So Ndebele might not reflect that mood, but the cubs are certainly out and about. And it's nice to see that Corky and Swazi have been here as well. Now, it was quite interesting when we arrived. Swazi was lying in the entrance with Ndebele and she was suckling her cub. And then she got up, came over and greeted Corky, and her cub actually came along and tried to suckle off of Corky, and Corky's cub tried to suckle off of Swazi. Then Swazi's cub tried to suckle on Ndebele. So we've had quite a bit of action already.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
Now, of course, this afternoon, we are hoping that the cubs decide to come out of their little hiding places a little bit more. When we got here, it was quite active, so I'm sure if we sit here for a few more minutes, it will become even more active. Swazian and Tima's one cub seem to be trying to stalk us from around the side, so every now and then we're just getting a glimpse of a face and then they disappear again. But of course, we do have Heart's cub and one of the younger cubs, I'm not sure which one because we can't see it properly, that are having a wrestling match. Oh, I think it's Tima's other cub. In the grass. That may be Corky's cub. I can't see the back end properly. Josh, snakes are a potential threat to pretty much anything. I would think that they might be a slight threat if they're close to the den site. So something like a puff adder may be hiding under a dead tree and the cubs go and play around the dead tree. That's definitely a threat. We all know, or I'm sure we all know, that Marips was bitten by a puff adder, but he was playing with it, so it was his own fault at the same time. But yes, I suppose in that sense they are. Something big like an African rock python as well would be, especially for the younger cubs. But the hyena den has a pretty distinct smell. Snakes should be able to pick up very quickly that there's a lot of activity here, and they'll avoid areas that have a lot of activity because they also don't want to face the chances of being eaten by one of the adult hyenas. So it's a bit of a balancing act between staying safe and warm in a den site and getting eaten. So I'd assume that they would not actually come past you very often. But snakes are always a potential threat. Oh, Swazi's playing now too. Either a mom or a clown. No in between, sleeping or clowning. Definitely clowning today. Baby hyena, I agree with you. Happiness is definitely at the hyena den. It is so much fun watching these interactions, and it's a learning experience for us every single time we come here. Swazi's trying to escape the bullying of, I think it's Corky's cub, is it? Yes, Corky's cub. So much energy and courageousness, boldness in that little cub. You could definitely tell it's the matriarch's little one. Right, before we move to see what's happening behind there, we're going to give it a few more minutes, just because in all reality the hyenas are moving. They might come back here when we're trying to move. So I'll just give it a minute before I start and move all the way around to the other side. If, however, they don't come back around here, then we'll go around that side. Hello, Corky. We were just talking about your baby. Is that Corky? It looked like her, but didn't look like her.
Find a way into the kill to eat, get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys, let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
I love how Swazi can get comfortable anywhere. Yep, Swazi can definitely get comfortable anywhere. Never been an issue for Swaz to just lie down and go straight to sleep just about. Tattered Ear, to give you a little bit of a recap, I'll give you a recap of all the different cubs. Ribbon has 2 cubs, both we think are male. Heart has 1 cub, that is a female, and those are the 3 oldest cubs that are usually around. Ntima has 2 cubs, Swazi has 1 cub, Corky has 1 cub, so that makes up the younger 4. And Ndebele, we have no idea how many cubs she has yet. So Swazi only has 1. And it is the youngest looking of the 7 older cubs. So it's still got quite a bit of black baby fluff on it. It hasn't lost the baby fluff yet to reveal a spot pattern properly. But Swazi's cub has a lot of character, I can tell you that much. Quite brave and bold. Alright, so it doesn't look like any of the cubs are coming around this side, and I think it is Corky at the back there. So I'm going to slightly reposition just to see if we can get a glimpse of the cubs, because there's a nice little shady spot where they like to play at the back. Lots of bits of bone fragment and branches they like to chew. Typical baby hyena things. Very cute. Very cute. So if we do get a glimpse of the cubs, Tattered Ear, I will give you a breakdown as we see each one of who belongs to who. But for now, I'll send you over to Chris to say good afternoon.
Welcome back to Pridelands for this afternoon safari, and just took a little pause there to view and see where these elephants are going. Now they're right up at the base of the ridge, very dense terrain, so I'm neither going to walk in there nor drive in there. Lots of stumps. However, we're going to wait out and see if they want to come closer to an area where we can view them closer. Lovely weather this afternoon, I must say. Sunny yet cool, typical winter after that cold morning. And I'm hoping that this will prompt some cats to move out. And let's all fingers crossed. My name is Chris. With me today again, my friend BK Uhuru, who will be operating the camera for us, Cam Ops. Now, we don't really have much of a plan this afternoon. I'm just going to see how it comes and see what the book provides. In the meantime, we're going to just observe where these elephants are heading to and then see if we can't perhaps either relocate them at a later stage when they're closer to a maneuverable area, or find something else.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Dead quiet, eh? There's like no sounds around us. It's marvelous. I think let's do that. I'm going to go back to Leopard Dam and give these guys a chance to get closer to the road. In the meantime, let's go and get an update from Tessa from the Hyena Den.
So we seem to have found the little cub's hive of activity. Behind the den in the patch of shade is Corky lying down. And she seems to be resting very nicely this afternoon. Bar Swazi's cub tried to chew her tail off. Swazi's cub is a bundle of energy. Further to the right, we've got Corky's cub with Ntima's two cubs having a bit of a wrestling match and running up and down like crazy. Oh, they have moved a little bit further again. I might have to move us a bit further forward, but it looks like we have all four of the younger ones out with Heart's cub in the background. We move us a little bit forward. Here we go. So this is one of Intima's cubs walking towards us there. Very inquisitive, always chewing things. Very cute. And then just to the right, Corky and Intima's other cub are kind of taking turns pulling a poor little shrub apart. So Corky's cub is the one on the left and Intima's is the one on the right. And that was Swazi's cub running through. The bigger one you can see right at the back, that's Heart's cub. Harry, yes, the average for hyenas is 2 to 3 cubs. That being said, usually only 2 survive, and a lot of the time only 1 survives because of the difficulties of the birthing process, because of how strange a female hyena's anatomy is. It is a very strange process. So a lot of the time, because it is quite difficult getting the cubs out of the birth canal, sometimes the cubs suffocate while being birthed. So unfortunately, a lot of the time we tend to see only 1 cub with a mom, when in fact there might have been 2 or 3 that were born. That's quite a tricky spot to film, especially in the afternoons because of the sun. So there's very bright sunshine and then this big patch of shade where the cubs tend to stay.
In that tree are 2 carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see, there he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed a marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this?
I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
I'm hoping they're going to bring those sticks closer, but it seems like the cubs have found some chewable items and have brought them back from the long grass. This is not at all surprising. Hyenas will make chew toys out of anything and everything that they can find, whether it's a stick or a log or old bones. They will find something to chew and they will chew it to pieces. Monkey Boo Boo, it depends on the age of Corky's cub and on the sex of Corky's cub. So we haven't had a full confirmation yet of the 4 younger cubs, whether they are male or female. The only ones we think we know for sure are Hearts and Ribbon's cubs. Hearts is a female and Ribbons look like 2 boys. If Corky's cub is a male, it will end up leaving the clan, so it definitely can't become matriarch. But the other option is if it's a female and Corky dies while the female is still quite young, then also can't really become the matriarch because it's not actually an adult yet. So then it would fall to the second in line. So it really just depends. And the reason I say we think we know heart and ribbons cub sexes is because we all know what happened with Swazi. We think we know. And then everything comes out as a surprise. So we have an idea, but we're not 100% sure. I would say we're much more sure of heart and ribbons cubs than we are of the 4 younger ones. I can say that it looks to me like one of Atima's cubs at least is a male. We don't know about the second one. And Corky and Swazi's cubs, definitely not sure of either of them. Speaking of Swazi's cub, hello littlest of the lot. I'm very impressed at how tolerant Corky is of Swazi's cub. I mean, it was already weird that Corky let Swazi suckle, but Corky actually let Swazi's cub come very close and try and suckle. Not for long, but she let it happen.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to bushwise field guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
Alright, we're going to spend a bit more time here and just see what happens. I can see ribbons cubs are coming in the background as well. So hopefully we get a nice view of quite a few of the cubs soon. I'll send you over to Cedric in the meantime while we wait patiently to see how his search for the leopardess is going.
Yes, nice to see that Tessa's got the hyenas and the little cubs. I was very unlucky with that, but it's good there. As well, that I heard that Jax was asking all the guides and naturalists around here what did they eat when they were younger, or what funny things. Well, I think I've said a few times, but termites was a very big thing, was a big part of my diet when I was younger, like, you know, the flying ants and all that. So, of course, we used to always catch a flying ants, my older brother and myself, and take the wings off, and we used to put it on a pan and used to fry it. It was really, really nice. We used to enjoy that quite a bit. My mom always used to say it tastes like butter. Don't know about that part, but it was quite nice to eat. Well, that's when I was young. As well as I did have blister beetles as well. I know that is a very odd and stupid thing to do, but we did. I was one of those kids that tested most of the insects that were crawling around my house area, and I think blister beetle was the worst thing I had, because once I had a bite on a blister beetle, and I first played around with them, of course, and then I bit into one thinking it was a good thing to eat because it's black and yellow. I thought, this is perfect for a little snack. Ended up with, of course, all the acid around my mouth, and the next morning we were on our way from a place called Guyani. We were on our way to Durban, and when I woke up in the morning heading to Durban with my parents, I was full of blisters all over my face, in my mouth, on my legs, big blisters, and eventually we had to pop all the blisters because I still wanted to go and swim in the sea, and that was a little bit of a holiday spoiler for me. But anyway, that That's one of the things that I've eaten. And ants, yes. I think I don't know how many ants I've eaten. I think I've eaten more ants than an aardvark and a pangolin put together. So I've had quite a few ants in my life, but yeah. Definitely, that was when I was a kid, but nowadays I think yeah, I've got more of a mature palate now. So yes, interesting. That's it, Gwyn. I think Jax, Igor, and Gwyn says they also ate flying ants. I think it was a South African thing. I think a lot of people enjoyed that. And I think that's like, yeah, he's shaking his head. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. But anyway. And biltong. Yeah, but biltong is nice. Biltong is good. You know, I think biltong is like one of those things, like since, as a South African, since as a kid, we've been brought up with biltong. That's pretty much, if you don't know what biltong is, it's like if you're in America, it's beef jerky, but better, way better, dried meat. So it's fantastic. Anyway, I'm on Simambili at the moment, on One Up Pan. I'm heading towards Simambili Dam, Simambili Open Clearing. And I think what I'm going to do that side, Zutini, the female leopard that we've been seeing once or twice in the last week and a half. I'm hoping that we can go and look for her that side over that area on Simambili Clearing. Maybe we're lucky. She is a beautiful female. And then, of course, yes, we'll take a look, and hoping there's some nice zebras on that open clearing. But what a lovely afternoon. I think it's going to be really, really stunning. I think this weather, the sun is at last kind of warming my skin up. Well, while we continue towards Simambili Dam, let's head back to Tess with her hyenas and little cubbies.
The whole gang is here. It's so exciting. So Ribbon's two boys came along, started calling, and all of a sudden, all of the cubs are out and about and playing. So we've got a Heart's cub on the bottom left, Ribbon's cub bottom right, another one of Ribbon's cubs with, and Tima's cub. Everybody's here. Please excuse the noise, everybody. I just want to get the cubs further away from the tires. So we have got the whole mix of cubs here, and now they're all interacting. So this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to see how they're all interacting and see if we can get a better view of who is who and who is what sex. So this is one of Intima's cubs, this little one looking at us. Next to Heart's cub on the left. Corky's cub. Oh, that was a big flop down. And then behind, Ribbon's cub is coming to say hello. Hello, boy. Jamie, it's been a massive explosion of cubs. I can't believe it. So good. 8 confirmed cubs. We don't know about 9. But definitely 8 confirmed cubs. That is one of Intima's little ones sitting there like royalty, actually. Sitting, surveying the surroundings, looking incredibly regal.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
I can hear things being chewed. So that's one of Antima's cubs you can see there, looking around to see what's happening because Corky has gotten up. Corky is moving. Rolling Trouble, that's a very apt name. But yes, they are very, very cute. They seem to be out and about and playing almost constantly. Corky's gone to lie in the sun. I think she's getting a bit cold in the shade there. So she's going to lie in the sun. And we'll see, usually some of the cubs go over to greet as soon as one of the adults has laid down. There you go, there's Heart's cub. And Corky's cub. Hello, Mom. Constantly exploring. I don't know if you'll get that one, Panda. One of Antima's cubs is trying to pull an entire branch off of the tree in front of the car. It had the whole thing in its mouth, look there, and it's pulling. Goodness me. You are all so big. How did they get so big all of a sudden? I don't understand. All right. Sorry, you're probably going to see my hat a little bit there. Repositioning and just making a little bit of a noise so the cubs don't chew on anything. These are Antima's two boys together. Nicole, absolutely yes, their teeth can break, chewing branches and bones. I've even seen them chewing a rock or two. They can definitely break a tooth, and that would not be very comfortable at all. What I am going to do, that's Swazi's little one chewing on that same stick that everyone's so fascinated by. I'm going to move just a little bit because the cubs seem to want to play. Oh, shame. The cubs seem to want to play in this open area where the vehicle is parked, closer to Corky. So I'm going to reposition. We should have them kind of coming back all around us. But in essence, I just don't want to cut off that pathway between the den site and Corky because the cubs like to move through there. So I'd rather move the vehicle out of the way. That is so cute. And Tima's little one lying there. There comes Swazi's little one. So technically speaking, Ntima's cubs are second in line to Corky's cub. And it's interesting, Swazi and Ndebele both giving birth at very similar times. Corky and Ntima both giving birth at similar times. Panikin, the survival rate of hyena cubs, if you're looking at it overall, will be different to just surviving the birthing rate. I can't get my words out. The birthing survival rate of cubs, just literally being born, would be somewhere around 40%. So it's quite low. And literally that's because of the suffocation on the way out of the canal. So it's around 60% of cubs that don't make it, which is why I say oftentimes the average is 3, but we only see a mother with 1. That happens quite a lot. The overall kind of success rate of hyenas, I suppose if that one survives, getting the one to adulthood, would probably be around 60%. It's quite high. Hyenas are very good. I mean, their hunting success rate alone is about 75%. So they are very successful. So it's definitely a higher survival rate than lions once they have been born. The issue is being born for hyenas. That is the biggest challenge that hyena cubs will face, I suppose.
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go. Nearly got him.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
Ribbon's cub is getting himself tangled in that branch. All right, it looks like everybody's starting to calm down again. I'm going to spend a few minutes here and just see what else happens and then go back around to Ndebele. And I'll send you over to Chris, who has found something a little bit taller, but also with spots.
Big old bull walking through the woods here, moving from tree to tree like they do. Now he's decided to hide behind one. Seems like there's again an influx of giraffe into the area, which is great because we haven't had a lot of giraffe last week. Maybe we're lucky and we find one of those big groups. There's some francolins making some noise behind us. And I think that might just be a little bit of a territorial dispute. Doesn't sound like it's alarming for something. Also a hornbill going here behind us. Good day, Kevin. Kevin wants to know, why do we sometimes see giraffe eating bones? Kevin, that is a thing we call pica, which is when animals eat or attempt to eat objects that's not part of their normal diet, like weird and foreign objects. And in the case of a giraffe, it's a herbivore, which eats leaves. And why would they often do that? occurrence known as pica, and more specifically in their case, it would be called osteophagy, osteophagia as well. And it's not fully understood, but it's mainly for very likely to be mineral deficiencies. And what they do, they'll pick up old bones and you'll actually see them rolling them around in their mouth. And what very likely happens, it dislodges tiny little bits and bobs of the bone, and it could be due to very likely calcium deficiency. It's not that they're actually eating the bone. I also had a discussion with quite a few people about that. There's also a number of people think that might have also some form of dental effect. Maybe it's tooth maintenance as well. The most commonly accepted theory is that it's because of deficiencies, and we see it more often in the dry periods. Interesting is that quite a number of them, they run the danger to contract very dangerous bacteria if they attempt to eat a bone that's not fully dried and still decaying, or still have decaying matter on it. They can actually ingest Clostridium bacteria, Clostridium botulinum, which causes botulism, and it can cause them to die.
This is amazing, and now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants are huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion, and the lioness, they're still going after them. Look at that guy charging, hey!
It's Scottish Lauren as your underwater biologist. We have a turtle! So this is turtle. So today is not any ordinary day, it is World Ocean Day.
Just coming back to that, osteophagia just generally refers to as the eating of bone, but in the case of giraffe doing that, it's actually more correct to call it pica, because pica is the eating of foreign objects. It's not part of its diet. We look at hares, for instance. You will find that hares eat their own first pass of their feces. That's normal. That's actually part of their diet, to give it a second pass. Osteophagia, eating it, but it's not pica, it's not foreign. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see what Tess has to say about whether hyenas will eat foreign material for mineral deficiencies.
Chris, it's a fascinating topic, and yes, hyenas do eat some strange things, but I will get to that soon. Ribbon has just arrived at the den site. She's running away from Corky. The cubs are in a state of chaos, and Ndebele is in the middle there. She comes closer to Ribbon. She's left the den site temporarily to say hi to Ribbon. Now, it is unbelievable how fast Corky got up when she smelled Ribbon coming. Ribbon is looking really good, so I know a lot of you were asking about Ribbon recently. There she is. She's going over to smell where Corky was lying down. She is looking very good. You can see in Ndebele's cub, in Tima's cub saying hello with her own cub behind. Look at the immediate submissive behavior. JD, it certainly doesn't look like Corky is scared of Ribbon at all. It almost seems to me like she now knows where she stands, and straight away, you know, she makes sure that she's asserting that dominance as soon as Ribbon enters the vicinity. So I don't think she is scared at all. There are so many interactions happening. This is exactly what I wanted. So we could have a look and see if we can sex all of the cubs. Oh, there's a fresh wound behind Ntima's one cub's ear. If you can hear a strange noise, sorry, it's the sound of my binoculars touching my glasses. This is unbelievable. It's the first time I've seen Corky and Ribbon interacting in a long time. You can see the cubs are fascinated with Ribbon because she doesn't come past the den site as often as the other hyenas. So they're all following her, they're sniffing her, they're greeting her. Amazing. Now Ribbon's cubs, of course, are the first in tow. You can see walking straight behind her, Corky bringing up the rear with some of the younger cubs in the middle. Heart's cub coming right at the back. And in fact, it's Ntima and Corky's cubs that are following on that side. This is one of Ntima's cubs coming back. At the den itself, we have still got Swazi and Ndebele. So there's a whole lot of stuff happening at the moment. While they're all disappearing down the game path, we'll have a look, see what Swazi and Ndebele get up to.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to bushwise field guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it. So it is very quiet now. Debbie, it is absolutely mind-blowing how intricate hyena clans are with all of their different dynamics and interactions. Unbelievable. Oh, that's quite cheeky of you. Trying to suckle from in the belly. And grooming itself at the same time.
Sounds very strange, but a decent opportunity for us to have a look at the sex of Intima's cub. Goodness gracious. Now, of course, hyenas use their genitals to greet each other, which probably sounds a bit strange. But it is ordinarily what they do. The cubs are starting to filter back now. Tima's other cub is back. Shreya, I agree. One definitely looks like a male. The other one, I haven't had a clear view. So it's tough to tell. But I hate to say it, but most of these cubs, every time I look at them, I think, oh, I don't know if I should say this, but most of them look like they're male. I don't know if it's just me, but most of them look male. And I'm not talking about the fact that there's a penis or a pseudo-penis. I'm talking about the actual shape of the tip when they get excited, when they start chatting to each other and greeting each other. They look majority like males. It's got a very triangular head, which the females don't. They have a much flatter head to the pseudo-penis. But anyway, I'm going to go around to the other side now that the hyenas are moving back and send you over to Cedric to see how his search is going.
Yes, on Triple M North at the moment. Still going south. I went on to Simbambili quickly just to take a look. I thought maybe we were going to be lucky with Zutini that side. But unfortunately, it seems like there was no luck with that leopard or no tracks or anything. So from Simbambili clearing, hello, and even the dam itself. So yeah, we've got a little bit of traffic here, but it's fine. We are going to head back into Djuma and continue our search for other little things. We did have a herd of elephants that crossed earlier here on Triple M North. I think maybe I'm going to follow up there. Maybe I think they might be heading towards Treehouse Dam, that area. But coming back to one or two things, I don't know if anybody remembered a male leopard called Lamula back in the days in this area. I can't remember if it ever came onto Djuma. If anybody's got an answer for me on that male leopard, please let me know, especially James Richards or Michael Fleetwood. Let me know, because I remembered Lamula, and I think it was in 2016 or 2015 that we had that male with that beautiful orange eyes. Beautiful male, big head, really stocky boy. But he wasn't around here for too long, and then he disappeared. But yes, if anybody's got any information on that male leopard, please let me know, because I just don't know when it was and what happened to him. But I'm hoping, talking about leopards, I'm hoping that we are lucky with maybe some rosettes here this afternoon.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Jasmine, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on our Sunset Safari on WildEarth. Do I think there will be wild dogs on the property this afternoon? Jasmine, I'm hoping so. I'm holding thumbs. If we do find some tracks or something like that, we will definitely follow up on that. So I'm holding thumbs for that, definitely. But I haven't seen any tracks in the last a week, so I don't think if they might not be around in this area. But you never know. Things can change very quickly, Jasmine. But yes, definitely I'm also holding my thumbs, crossing fingers, toes, everything for that. I was just smiling now, and I was thinking to myself, because I know that just before this transformer that's coming up here, there's a water drain here, or we call it a Marty drain. And I remember when I started here in 2010 in the Northern Sabi Sands, I saw that old GTI, that Mach 2 Golf, and the one day I came, my first leave, I went and I came back from leave, and then I was coming back, I came into the gate, I was coming down the road with my Mach 2 Golf, like, GTI, yeah, lovely, and in this water drain on the right-hand side here, there was a leopard lying here, and I thought to myself, like, leopard. As I stopped there, of course, my window was down, because those cars those days didn't have an aircon, and I looked out, yeah, that female leopard came running, like racing up to my car, like proper, like, and eventually I told the guys about this leopard, because, you know, before she jumped in, I kind of saw she stopped and all that, turned around and she darted back off, and I told the guys about that leopard, and they came to follow up here, and it turned out to be Karula. So my first encounter with Karula was quite a hair-raising encounter, and she definitely showed her presence and made sure that I knew that she was the queen of this area at that time. So yes, I definitely had to change my underwear after that situation. Yep. Now that's where I realized that's where Tandi gets her feistiness from, or that's where she got her feistiness. But it's amazing that Tlalamba and even Kashaba, I think they did not adapt that, how can I say, mean, grinning machine look to them compared to Karula and Tandi. Even Shadow had that. Even Shadow herself, that female, I remember she also had quite a snarly look when when you had to walk into her. But yes, while we continue up this side, I'm going to head back onto Gowrie Main, maybe towards Chitwa side. Let's head over to Tess and see what's happening with the hyenas.
So much excitement happening at the den site, everybody. We have definitely just seen 2 cubs coming from Ntima. 2. You can hear a bit of squeaking. Swazi's interfering a little bit at the moment, and Swazi's cub is trying to suckle as well. But Ndebele is behind Swazi, and we have just seen 2 cubs at the same time. Now, we haven't had an incredibly clear view because Swazi is obviously in the way. Oh, there's one. And the other one is at Ndebele's face. There's the other one. That is 100% worth the patience. Seeing 2 cubs at the same time. How is that for mothering together? The Power Sisters. Oh my goodness. Swazi's cub is not letting go. Alright, let's see if we can get another glimpse of those cubs. Yes. So majority of the squeaking you can hear is actually coming from Swazi's cub, throwing a bit of a hissy fit that she is not getting enough milk. That's squeaking from the little ones. This is amazing. If you listen carefully, you can hear one's sucking motion as it's trying to suckle. You could actually hear a little bit of it there. Right, she has been moving them around a lot in the last 5 minutes, so let's see what happens. There's the other one's head popping up. Nick and Nova, isn't it the greatest day for a celebration, the first day of winter, and the first solid confirmation that we have got 2 cubs within Ndebele. So she has done exceptionally well as a first-time mum to birth both of those cubs and have them both survive. Oh, that little head is tiny.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
Alright, we can definitely still glimpse the one moving around. The other one is still suckling. Now, there is actually a difference between the 2 cubs. One, its right ear is a little bit bent or floppy. The other one has got 2 intact ears, but we haven't had an amazing view of either of them just yet. But for now, it definitely is 2 cubs. 2 confirmed Ndebele babies. That takes our hyena cub count up to 9. That is amazing. Laura, I'm trying to think. I think the only one in my mind that hasn't is Sutu. Of the entire clan that is adult and hasn't given birth. The others are still a bit young. Nevela's still too young. Gingarika's still too young. I think Sutu's the only one I can think of that hasn't given birth yet. But Sutu's coming onto that age now, hey? Remember that. Sutu is going to be 4 in December. I think that's the only one. I might be wrong, but I think that is the only one. Wow. I am so excited that we got to show you 2 little hyena cubs. That has made my day. Right, I'm going to be a little bit more patient and see if we get another glimpse and send you over to Chris to see what he has for us on Bushwalk.
Now, elephants have disappeared into thin air. We saw them the one moment, moving west at the base of the ridge, and now they're just gone. No tracks. And this is where we think they might have sort of gone to, so we've just gone around and just quickly climbed on top of the hill and trying to see if we can't see them from above here. It's not a very particular elevated portion of this ridge, so we don't have that elevation that I've hoped. It's somewhat of a limited view. Can also not hear any branches or anything. However, I'm hoping to spend an afternoon with those elephant bulls and really try and show you how their afternoon unfolds, and we've got time to do that. All right. Hi there, Kim. Kim is amazed at how such big animals can disappear so quickly. Kim, I've seen this so many times, not only in my professional part of my life, but also I do travel a lot within some African countries. And I've seen it everywhere where you find elephants. They can walk in near silence. Those big padded feet, if they really want to disappear, it's instant. And even with those large bodies, they know how to hide those. One would think, just like giraffe, you know, they'll sort of stand up above the trees, but they can disappear in an instant. They have what we refer to as a background color.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. Oh. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
Anyway, so, sorry, I was just trying to think, but what's boring below me, but that's probably just a mouse. Anyway, so this could appear like a young false marula, however the bark does not add up. And this is actually a relative of the false marula, a very close relative called a livelong, in the same genus as the false marula, the genus Lania. This one, Lania discolor, I think. Only thing that bothers me is the leaves doesn't have that pale coloration on the bottom. So this is a bit of a mystery tree. So we'll go and reference it later and see exactly what it is. In the meantime, let's go back to Tessa and see how things are going that side.
So we have just had a very precious moment. One of Ndebele's cubs was on her head. She then proceeded to try and, I think, eat half of it. Not seriously, but she had its entire head and part of its neck in her mouth at one point. It was kind of sniffing her teeth. And now it's gone back down between her front legs. She's busy grooming it at the moment, encouraging it to go to the bathroom, it looks like. But I'm hoping it's going to do the same thing and climb out on top of her face again. Patience is key. Every time I see her back paw come up, I get excited thinking it's a cub. Mom, to explain the birthing process of a hyena, it's a very intense process. So they actually give birth through the pseudopenis. So the part that we see that looks like a penis is the part that they would actually give birth through. So that has to expand or stretch. And the cubs are born. They actually do a bit of a, it almost looks like a U-turn from the uterus coming out, because they, oh no, it's a paw. Because they have to turn in the birth canal through into the pseudopenis and then out the bottom. So essentially the pseudopenis is the birth canal. It's the extended birth canal on the outside of the body. And that's why people often say you can sex a hyena once it has had cubs, even if you don't know the hyena. Because once the pseudopenis has had to stretch to allow space for the cubs to be born, usually head first out of the pseudopenis, it gets a bit of pink scar tissue from splitting, especially closer to the tip of the pseudopenis, closer to the head. It has to split to expand enough for the cubs to be born. And so that causes a pink scar where the rest of the pseudopenis would be black. It then goes back to its normal shape and size, or I suppose relatively normal shape and size. But that is why a lot of the cubs suffocate, because that birthing canal is very, very tight. And so what happens is, if the cub gets stuck, particularly with a hyena's first litter, they're not used to that process. If the cub gets stuck in the birthing canal, in the pseudopenis, they often tend to suffocate before the mom manages to actually push the cub all the way out. It's a very, very, very intense process. Hyena moms go through a lot.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. Wow, what an incredible sighting.
Before we leave. Now the rest of the den and the clan is very quiet. The only other two hyenas we can see are Swazi and her cub. And Swazi's cub is still very happily suckling away. So we're going to be patient for just a little bit longer and see if we can get another glimpse of those cubs for you. If we don't, we're going to head off. But in the meantime, we'll send you over to Cedric to see what he has found for you on his bumble.
Yes, I'm just sitting here with a beautiful white-backed vulture. Just a one that's, oh, a good old yawn. And just the one here at the moment, but there were about 3 or 4 in this tree, and there was also a hooded vulture, one of the smaller vulture species as well, just between Shabamu Road and Philemon's cut line. And I'm thinking there must be a kill here somewhere, because while we were driving on Garryman, we did see one or two of them start coming down and landing in a tree, and that's of course got our interest. So yes, this one is sitting up there. The crop isn't full at all, so it definitely hasn't fed on anything. But I am listening out here. There was, on Garryman, I did see one or two lion tracks. I wonder if there's not maybe a lions in this block somewhere that we missed completely. So that's why we're just going to scan this area and tend to maybe just take a walk around here and see if we can locate on anything just now. But at this point in time, we just see that white-backed vulture just sitting by itself now in this dead tree. Many times as well, you'll see that these vultures, they will pretty much, fly and roost in dead trees. So they're not really big fans of trees with a lot of leaves and thorns. They like to keep their feathers in good condition, and of course landing in a dead tree is the best thing to do, and it's the easiest way to take off and land as well. So I don't have to maneuver and struggle too much. But yeah, that's definitely the white-backed vulture just enjoying a little bit of sun, a late afternoon sun as well. But I'm just going to listen out, and sometimes it's the best thing to do, especially if you got, or if you think there is a kill here somewhere and there is a predator here. Sam, good afternoon. Yes, look, you've got your leopard-faced vulture, your white-headed vulture, white-backed vulture, hooded vulture. Most of the vulture species that we do have here in the park, Sam, but they will not, excuse me, they will not really hunt for themselves. Vultures are scavengers, and there is a pecking order with the vultures as well, Sam. So if they do scavenge on something, say for instance there is an impala that is lying here and has not been opened, many times you'll find your larger vulture species like your leopard-faced vulture, your white-headed vulture, they've got very strong, very robust beaks, and they will be the first ones to really come down and open those hides and then get in and tuck into the meat. Then after that, you'll get the smaller vulture. Of course, they're like this one now, the most common one we do have around here, the white-backed vulture. And then after, of course, the white-backed vulture, you'll find then the smallest vulture species around here will be the hooded vulture. And it's got a very thin beak. And of course, the hooded vulture will get between the ribs and the bone marrow and that kind of stuff. So they've got very much of a pecking order.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Oh, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer, and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So we're still sitting here with this beautiful white-backed vulture, still listening out, and just trying to keeping our ears open for any. Here comes another vulture above us. Yes, there's quite a few. Sorry, I think you won't get it. There's loads, and a battalion. All right, while we continue trying to search around this area for whatever is dead and lying around here and investigate, let's head back to Chris in Pridelands while he's got his elephants.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least. And I suspect it might be more. Looky how nice that is, eh? Isn't that exactly what I said we need to do? Find them, spend time with them. I always find it amazing how nearly every day they change their preference for certain plants. And clearly now they found this little outcrop, lots of silver raisin up here. And they are definitely breaking a lot of that. Some of them are targeting the grasses underneath those plants. Elephants are an important controlling strategy for raisin bushes. Hello there, Rabbit Girl. And Rabbit Girl wants to know if elephants feel the cold. Yeah, no, they will definitely feel the cold. However, remember they are a very large animal. So, it's actually, let's take a different angle here. The smaller the creature, the faster its metabolism is. So they produce a lot more. You think about a mouse, they eat a lot of food compared to their body weight. And also they lose a lot of heat because the smaller the mammal, the larger the surface area relative to its weight. So it's one of the reasons why they have to eat lots more compared to their body weight. A mouse will eat more than its own body weight in a day. Elephant's large animal, and its surface area is actually very small compared to its actual weight. So therefore they have developed alternative methods rather to deal with the heat rather than cold. No fur, there's no need. They don't need to insulate against cold because of the smaller temperature or smaller area, but it's actually more of a problem for them to get rid of excess heat rather than heating up when it's cold. So the cold might not have the same effect on them as opposed to us and smaller creatures.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best. And the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
I've actually seen areas in the bushveld where elephants are now absent for a long time. I live in one of those areas. And this one is just shaking his head at us here in the back. He's just trying to make himself known. I'm not worried. Anyway, I mean, in that area where I'm from, you can see areas that are covered by this raisin bush, and now they need to be mechanically, removed by us. I'm going to reposition myself here quickly. Very good. Darkman Lover says it will be nice to have another elephant parade. Yeah, well, I think that was a very unique sighting. Oh gosh, there's something falling here. All sorts of things breaking. BK, I'm breaking all our equipment here. That's just my radio. I'm on your way there. Sorry. Yeah, Darkman Lover, that was such a great sighting, and the reason being that it's not every day that you get them moving in such a straight line. It's in fact, not very often. This is what you'll normally have. They'll move as a spread out group. This is definitely at least 10 bulls. 10 that we've been seeing. And remember, there's that other group of 6 that occasionally joins up with them. And I'm amazed that they've been sticking around for, 2 weeks now, if not longer. I've got a theory here, and I might be wrong, but I reckon we know that Ezelwini has been seen to the east, around Boston and, further east of us. And I think, we know Ezelwini is also trailing some of the breeding herds. We've not seen many breeding herds around, at least in the area where we've been driving around. And I think these guys know Ezelwini is around east, so this is why they came into this western area, to avoid any confrontations, because he won't allow them close to the ladies now. He's the big guy. He's the highest ranking bull in the area. Right, we're going to stick with these guys for as long as we can. We're going to ride the sighting. And in the meantime, let's go back to Tessa and get an update on the hyena cubs. You're not going to push this thing over here, bro.
We have some strange things happening here, Chris. I wish you were here to see it. So Swazi is still very, very sleepy. And believe it or not, so most of the cubs are back. Corky's also here, but way back on the other side. There you can see her lying down. But it is very strange. One of Ntima's cubs and Corky's cub were just suckling from Swazi while Swazi was asleep. And Swazi let them suckle, no problem. No problem. It's very strange. Swazi's cub was on the other side of the den having fun. And Corky's cub and Ntima's cub were suckling from Swazi at the same time. And Swazi just slept. What is happening? I don't understand. So we've seen some really interesting things with this clan recently. And this is why I say, this is where the scientist comes into the equation. When you're a guide, you're a combination of a scientist and a conservationist and a people person. Ironically, most guides that I know are actually very introverted. But it's like as soon as you get behind the driver's seat, then you're the most people person ever. And it's just that role and that you love the guest interactions. But I'm telling you, the scientist comes out, especially when we get a chance to view things like this. Oh, there's Swazi's cub, hello. Because we know, or we thought we knew, that hyenas don't let other cubs suckle on them. And yet in this clan, we've seen adults suckling from each other. We've seen everybody's cubs just about suckle from everybody. Corky definitely doesn't tolerate other cubs other than Swazi's and Swazi suckling from her. But why is Swazi letting Corky and Ntima's cubs suckle from her? I could understand possibly letting Ndebele's cubs suckle from her, and we've actually seen Swazi's cub today. Swazi's cub was suckling from Ndebele earlier. So there's a lot of strange things happening here, and it is absolutely mind-blowing to see the dynamics and changing everything we thought we knew. But anyway, we haven't had another glimpse of the cubs, so I think I'm going to leave for now and see what else I can find. I can always come back later, and there's always tomorrow and the next day. But I'm going to send you over to Cedric to see what he thinks about what is happening with all of these strange hyena dynamics.
Yes, well, I'm not too sure what's happening at the den. I would love to know. It sounds like a lot of action. Unfortunately, this morning I was there and I had Ndebele sleeping for almost the entire drive, and just her, not even a cub's head. So, yeah, so I haven't even seen Ndebele's cub. But as you can see, we have got the 3 white-backed vultures now on another dead tree on Shabamu. There's another few more vultures that's landed a little bit further east of us. But on that note as well, while we're actually taking a look, just for the next hour, we are going to have Julius Makize. He's here for an interview, and he will be on Rusty for the next hour. So, yes, send him some comments, send him some questions, and he will definitely take you on a nice safari. So, yes, just stay tuned. And while we're going to continue doing that, we are going to continue looking at these beautiful vultures around here. And we are going to see how maybe we are lucky with a kill in this vicinity. But there is some squirrels alarm calling as well, just a little bit up Shabamu. Alright, while we continue just looking at these vultures and getting Julius on the vehicle, let's head back to Tess at the hyena den.
Welcome, Julius. Welcome. Everybody, I hope that you give Julius a very warm welcome this afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to have him here. What a kind gentleman he is. Okay, as you can tell, I'm driving, so I've left the hyena den with my mind absolutely spinning. Myself and Panda were just talking about it. In an hour and a half, we saw things we have never seen before with the Chuma clan. In an hour and a half. We haven't spent days there. I suppose if you put together all of the hours, we've spent many, many hours at the den site between all of the different naturalists and cam ops. But in an hour and a half this afternoon, we saw adults suckling from each other. We saw cubs suckling from different mothers. What is happening? It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing to see how that kind of stuff happens. There's a whole family of dwarf mongooses looking at me right now. That is so cute. Wow.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool!
That might be the first time I've seen a dwarf mongoose hanging to the end of a branch for its dear life. It looked like it was going to fall for a second, but it seems to have regained its balance. But there's a whole colony of dwarf mongooses here, and because it's cooled down so quickly this afternoon, they're all sitting facing the sun on the edge of the termite mound, just warming up a little bit after a very, very busy day of foraging. Everywhere you look, there's a little bit of movement. I can see at least 10 different dwarf mongooses moving around, sunning themselves, and it seems like the activity of choice at the moment is grooming, which you can understand if you've been out and about in the long grass all day. digging for things. You probably have a few ants on you, maybe some ticks or fleas. So it's a good time to get some extra nutrition from grooming. But also to make sure you don't take all of that back into the termite mound with you. Even on the edges of all of the plants on the termite mound, there's dwarf mongooses sitting in amongst the thickets. And looking at this and continuing our conversation from this morning with Cedric, deciding if he should be a dussie or a dwarf mongoose, sunning itself because it was so cold today. I think looking at this, I'd like to be a dwarf mongoose. Hardcore little predator, very sharp teeth, very strong bite force, but still incredibly cute and constantly active. My mom would laugh at the constantly active part. Definitely not me, unless I'm in the bush. Alright, it sounds like Julius is ready to say hello on his side, so while I leave the dwarf mongooses, I'm going to send you over to him to give him a very warm welcome.
A very good afternoon to our viewers on this WildEarth. My name is Julius Mkhize, and I've got Gerald, who's with me on the team this afternoon. I will be with you this afternoon for an hour in Djuma Private Game Reserve, and joining the team to see what we have in this beautiful part of the world. And whilst we are at it, we've just located some vultures that have landed on one of the dead knob thorns over here, which caught our interest. So we're just going to be spending some time over here and see what they are interested in, because quite often you will find that when the vultures circle around or they perch on some of these dead trees, they're waiting for a gap to actually have their share of whatever is happening in this area, as they are scavengers in this area, or at other times, as it's about to be noon, you'll find that also they'll scout for areas where they'll roost for that evening. So there could be two scenarios that are in this area. But whilst we've been sitting over here, there's been lots of noises and some alarm calling from the squirrels, tree squirrels that... Thank you for welcoming me to the family. I'm very glad to be with you guys, and hope we're going to have a good time together. We've been listening to the squirrels that have been also alarm calling over here. Again, squirrels that could also be just false alarming with these big birds perching up on these trees. So you never know. But we're going to keep searching, and hopefully we're going to find something that is quite interesting that everybody will enjoy to see.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. the baby hippo against all odds.
Yeah, no, I was actually thinking whilst I was driving over here towards these vultures. I've had some couple of experiences with the vultures whereby I happened to be underneath the tree where they were perched, and the wind changed direction, and one of them decided to do a number 2, and I got sprayed with vulture poo, and I don't actually want that to happen to anybody. It's a disgusting kind of experience. But other than that, they say that when you have bird poo on you, it's actually luck. Hopefully I don't get that today. It's nice and still. And yeah, we're still in this area trying to listen up for any noises that can actually lead us to where there might be an interest of these vultures. Good afternoon, Heather. Vultures, they will, not all the times that they will be in groups, but you'll find that when they go scouting for food, they fly in different directions, and then obviously once they spot a big carcass of an animal in a particular area with good vision that they have, then they'll also see others dropping down. That is when you see them settling in big flocks in that particular area. So it is quite common that you'll see them flying alone, solo. Incredible that also you will find that in Africa, these are actually quite endangered birds because there's still quite a lot of traditional stuff that is done with the birds, and also we need to protect them because people poison them to do some traditional medicines with them. So whilst we're on that, we're gonna go to Tessa and see what she's up to.
Surprise of note, surprise of note, surprise of note. Everybody calm down. I've got a young male leopard. I think it's Marib's. Currently busy stalking a duiker. Popped up randomly at Treehouse Dam and started stalking a duiker while we were on the dam wall. I think it is Marib's. We haven't had a fantastic view yet, but I think it's Marib's. Very heavy furnituring on the ears, and it looks like a young male. This is exceptional. Watch how he's staying low to the ground. He's watching this duiker. It's moved off somewhere to the right. We can't see it. But definitely still stalking. You can see he's watching the movement. And now thinking. Okay, I don't want to move just yet. We can rather use the zoom from here, because if I move, it could draw the attention of the duiker to where he is sitting. I can cut the tension in the ear, or please zoom in if he looks like that again, Panda. Jeepers, if this is Marib's, he's gotten very big. Very big, very quickly.
This is amazing. And now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants have huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion and the lioness. They're still going after them. Look at that guy charging. Hey!
It's Scottish Lauren as your underwater biologist. We have a turtle! So this is the knife symbol for turtle. So today is not any ordinary day, it is World Ocean Day.
Wow, look at that, look at that. The duiker is coming closer. We really cannot move now. So he's flattened himself. The duiker is just to my right-hand side. Yes, it is definitely my ribs. Thank you so much for the confirmation, Shreyas. I'm so happy that I'm getting better at this. Okay, he is stalking very slowly. Now, I'm not going to take the camera off of him, but the duiker is about 12 meters to my right-hand side. Not far at all. In fact, the duiker is just about next to the termite mound I was at just now with the dwarf mongoose. Look how he's poised his muscles. So when he sits like that, he doesn't want to move too much. But he wants to make sure he's got enough power to jump quickly if he needs to. Oh my goodness, this is madness. See how he's kind of flattening at the top of his head. Hello, gorgeous boy. I have not seen you in months. Okay, now that he's sitting still and so close to the vehicle, I'm going to ask Panda to give you a quick view of where the duiker is for perspective. It is just behind that bush. You can just see it's feeding. You can see its ears moving. Yeah, just behind there, Panda. There it is. There it is. Sarah, no, a duiker is definitely not too big for my ribs. In fact, it is just about the perfect size. It is currently walking. There you can see it. All right, let's see what my ribs does. He's lifted his head again. So my ribs would even be able to take down a male impala at his size, especially a distracted one in the rutting season. So a duiker is pretty much the perfect size, light enough to pull up the tree, but enough meat to keep him well fed. That being said, look at his belly. He has eaten. Not a lot, but he's definitely eaten. He's sitting so close to the vehicle that you can actually see Wendy. Raindrop, the suspense is killing me as well. I think he's waiting for the duiker to go just behind the termite mound. You can see he's kind of double guessing his movement. He wants to move, but then he stops and he wants to and he stops. Look how he's jerking his head like that. I think he's just waiting for the duiker to move. Now, the problem is there's a whole family of dwarf mongooses that will alarm call if they see him, and the duiker is pretty much 2 meters away from the one dwarf mongoose. It is right next to the termite mound. Have a look where it is. So there's the termite mound, and the duiker is at the base. Look there, it's at the base of this termite mound. Now, Maribs is being very clever. He's sitting directly in the direction of the sun from where this duiker is. So the duiker will be looking into the sun, which gives Maribs the advantage. I love it when he twitches his whiskers like that. So he is calculating incredibly hard at this point, planning every possible scenario. The duiker actually just looked straight at us and then looked away. Let's see what he does. The duiker's walking around towards the back of the termite mound. So let's see, he might move. I'm telling you, my hat is lucky. I was not expecting to find Maribs on Djuma. What a pleasure to have you back, boy. Anna, it is fantastic to see Prince Maribs, and I hope that he catches some dinner as well. Station's located on Maribs, just north of Treehouse Dam on Taxon's Road. He's currently interested in a duiker, 1 vehicle unlock. So I'm just letting anyone know on the radio that wants to come in. Copy that.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it. Very carefully moving. Look at how carefully he is placing his steps. He's moving at a glacial pace. Very slow, very calculated. The problem is he doesn't want the mongoose to see him either. Oh, moving faster now. He's actually found a bit of a game path. They've just alarm called. One of the mongooses has just alarm called. Kathy, I hope he stays in Djuma as well. He's actually coming back onto the termite mound, so I'm not going to move. Using the termite mound as cover. Darn it, I'm going to have to move a little bit. Okay, wait, let's see what happens. He looks like he might be about to pounce on something. Whether it's a... Oh no, the duiker is just on the other side. I cannot move now. I cannot move. So you can see the duiker in the bottom left of the frame.
just behind the brush, but don't worry too much, Panda. There you go, it's down there. Ah, he missed it. Mareeves. He missed it. After all of that. He missed it. Mareeves, you built that up so beautifully, boy, and then you missed it. Wow. Okay, no dinner as of yet for Mareeves, but that's fine. He's got plenty of opportunities. He tried so hard. That was exceptional on the stalking front. He got so close. So close. All right, now, where did you go? Here's the next challenge. Mareeves, that was exceptional. Oh, my heart. Oh, he's lying right here. I think he got a thorn while he was trying to pounce. He definitely got a thorn while he was trying to pounce. He's busy pulling it out of his paw. And going back towards the road and the termite mound. Unbelievable. Wow. All right, I'm going to follow him as long as I can, everybody, but I'll send you back over to Chris in the meantime with his elephants while I reposition back to the termite mound.
Quality time with elephants, always a treat. And especially this group of bulls that are very accommodating. It's allowing us to follow them almost as part of the herd as they move on and feed slowly. They don't seem to have a particular direction. They've just chopped and changed. And I suppose it's obviously as they move from area to area, they know where certain plants grow. I'm telling you one thing. The temperature is dropping by the second. And I think we're going to be in for another very cold night. And potentially another cold morning. I do suspect later in the week. Hi, Joey. Says the elephants look so big. We're just going to momentarily reposition. They've just moved a little bit backwards.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
fascinating how calm these guys are. Some of them every now and then will shake their head at us or give us a bit of an eyeball, but note how incredibly agile that trunk is. The elephants love marula trees and all parts of it, from the leaves, the twigs, the bark, the roots, the fruits. No, he's fine. He's just saying hello. They like to do that. They often do that, especially the younger adult bulls. It's good to give them just a quick command when they, just to let them know that you're not scared. Anyway, let's find out from Julius what he thinks of elephants.
Yeah, we've done a bit of a circle around this area where we've spotted these vultures, but we haven't found anything concrete that attracted them to this area. And yeah, wonderful to Tez on finding that spotted cat. Yeah, this morning it was a bit of a quiet one whereby we didn't see any of those cats. But yeah, well done to her. And yeah, hope our viewers enjoy that sighting. Being out in the African bush is always a wonderful thing. You always expect the unexpected every time you go out. It's never a dull moment. When you go out, it's like a new day altogether. The bush is very exciting. One has to be in this kind of environment to actually experience it live. But we try, by all means, by doing these kinds of programs, to actually get viewers to actually feel what we do over here. Good afternoon, Roshane. I'm actually an animal lover and just enjoy the environment very much. Like being out in the bush, enjoy interacting with people. I think that's my forte. I enjoy that a lot. And it's always good to see the smile on the faces of the people when you take them out in the bush and you give them the experience of what the African bush has to offer. That's very interesting and very fulfilling for me. And to just give you the background, I've been in the industry for well over 20 years. And it's been a wonderful ride for me. And I can't think of any other job than doing what I'm doing. It's an amazing job for one to actually have this kind of opportunity to be in the wild.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
It's been interesting, and with the pandemic that we've had in the world, it's actually given a break to the nature, and whereby there hasn't been much of activity out in game reserves or in these nature parks. It actually made animals to actually improve and to come up and enjoy themselves with being not disturbed. Yeah, whilst at that, I think we're going to go back to Tess and see what she's up to and catch up with her leopard and see what that leopard is up to.
And what a lovely catch-up it is, Julius. I'm so happy to be able to follow my Reeves for a bit. He's on a bit of a territorial mission at the moment. Excuse me. I'm so excited, I'm coughing. He's been sniffing as he goes and he's been scent marking. He is just going all over the game paths just north of Treehouse Dam. And he looks like he is on a bit of a scent trail. He keeps putting his nose down and he's smelling something that he's following. Now, whether that's another male leopard, possibly Molwati in this area, or whether that might be some form of prey species, I don't know. But he is definitely on a mission this afternoon. Look at him in this golden light of the afternoon. Absolutely brilliant. I'm in disbelief that we have got my Reeves. It is amazing. Oh. Turning around again. He's keeping myself and Panda on our toes, that's for sure. Typical Reeves fashion, the clown that I remember. He's going back towards a very tall marula and termite mound. Leopard lover, it's all in the name, isn't it? I'm so happy that we could make your Wednesday the best Wednesday. It's made my everyday the best every day, I can tell you, having my Reeves. Isn't it fantastic? Keeping me on my toes, pretty boy. So he's definitely smelling intently. Something is here that he's caught a whiff of.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Maybe just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
You'll see us on your right at the tall marula. Reeves has found himself a tortoise. That's what he was sniffing. He found a tortoise and he's now lying down trying to chew it. Yeah, you can come straight north, Jordan.
Yeah.
Look at him. He blends in so well in the grass. But I'm so excited he's found himself something. I don't know if he's going to be able to get through the shell. But he's certainly trying. I know it's not the greatest view, but I'm sure he's going to get up again. Oh yeah, there he is, looking up the marula tree. Hello, gorgeous boy. Right, so there is a third vehicle coming in. Oh, and they're going to get a gorgeous view of him in about 2 seconds. How brilliant is this? Oh, wow. Best day ever. I'm going to get a little walk by from my favorite boy. Hi, buddy. Oh my goodness. My heart is so happy right now. It could burst. It could burst. Whoop. Good thing that didn't happen while he was walking past. My mic pack fell out my pocket. I got so excited. Okay, let me see if I can turn around. Oh, wow. What a day. This is fantastic.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Right, we are moving north. There are actually some elephants. Hyenas and mareeps, thank you everybody. I definitely am having the best day. Don't know if I'll be able to show you, but just behind, so mareeps is just here in the brush. I can't get a clearer view at this point because there are 2 other vehicles in the sighting, but in the background, there is an elephant. So, I don't know if, Panda, can you try and show them the elephant with that, there's a cruiser there as well, it's a Juma cruiser, but there is an elephant, and it smelled mareeps. 2 elephants. Now 100% they've smelled him, but they can't figure out where he is right now. Alright, let's see what he does. I don't want to move from here because the elephants might chase him. He's going to move. He is just in front of us here behind that bush. So 50 mareeps might be the best leopard to follow, I reckon. He certainly knows how to keep us on our toes with our hearts racing. I feel as though I've had 50 energy drinks. I'm so buzzed on it right now. See, the elephants have paused and they're smelling. They don't want to move until they know. And the big matriarch is stepping forward slowly to sniff. He's flattened himself in the grass. I can't even see him anymore. One of the last times I saw mareeps, he was stalking elephants and got to within 2 meters of the one. And then they all panicked and ran. Right, the elephants are actually walking past. They haven't noticed him. Elizabeth, I'm glad you remember that sighting with me. But yes, Maribs and elephants, Maribs and rhinos, Maribs and pretty much anything he can stalk, he will stalk it. He is unreal when it comes to that. So the elephants haven't managed to pinpoint where he is. And I can't even see him in the grass anymore. He's flattened himself so much from the elephants approaching, but I'm sure he's going to pop his head up very soon, now that the elephants are moving off. I would give him 30 seconds from now to pop his head up, knowing him. This is why we miss so many leopards. He's 3 meters in front of me and I can't see him.
In that tree are 2 carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Oh, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Oh, they've just noticed him. Unbelievable, all with the aerial in the way. I'm so sorry, everybody. Marib's just got treed by the hyenas. The Juma clan representing. I know we can't see his face, but it is interesting to see the interaction. Heart's cub is at the base of the tree, Ribbon's cub behind. They're here with Swazi. Heart is here as well. Heart, Swazi, and 2 of the cubs with my ribs in a tree. And another herd of elephants. Are you joking? Oh, it's Corky. Is it Corky? It's Corky. It's not hot. Sorry, everybody. It's Corky. On the left and Swazi on the right. Marib's not really sure what to do with his life. I'm sorry, elephant. It's not us, I promise. Marib's is feeling a bit cornered. He's got elephants and hyenas here. The hyenas have moved off. He's watching them. The elephants are moving through again. They've just been here in front of us. All right. Panda is working overtime, and we've got other cruisers in the sighting, so Panda is doing a fantastic job of getting animal action only. Well done, Panda. Right, he's busy watching Ribbon's cub at the moment. Ribbon's cub is down in the grass below him. I don't know if you'll see it, and also the aerial might be in the way. Oh no, it's not in the way, but there's Ribbon's cub. This is insane. Right, Ribbon's cub's moving. Let's see what Marips does. Because the adult hyenas have moved off, Ribbon's cub is the last hyena in the vicinity. Terry Lee, I can't believe the cub's here as well. I actually got a bit of a fright because I didn't see Swazi. I only saw Ribbon's cub coming along and I thought, oh, we might be in trouble here. But there, luckily, Corky and Swazi were here as well. If it had just been Ribbon's cub on his own, we might have had a bit of a troublesome situation on our hands. But he's calculating. I don't think he's going to be in the tree for much longer. I think he's going to come back down. Oh, careful, boy. Right, here he comes. Hopefully that vehicle... Oh, darn it. He nearly fell. Pretty boy. That was a close one, hey? He nearly overbalanced out of that tree. Sorry, everyone. It's a bit of a tricky sighting with the vehicles moving around, so there were a few glimpses there. I do apologize. And off he goes. All right, I'm going to have to turn around so that we're not filming from the back of the car. This is unreal. I don't think my day could ever get any better than that, actually. I really don't. I think I'll just have a spider fall off of my face. That was entertaining.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to bushwise field guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best. And the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
He's moving into quite a tricky area. There's a lot of elephant diggings here, so I've got to be quite careful. We're off-road, those elephants sound very unhappy. But he is slowly moving back south towards Treehouse Dam area. Oh my goodness, now that the sun has set, it is absolutely freezing. And my adrenaline has worn off, I think. I'll see if I can get around. I don't know if I will be able to, but I'll certainly try. Okay, I'm just going to watch where he goes from here. Oh, there's a hole. He's just through the gap. Margaret, I had the most amazing day with all of the critters. It has been unbelievable. I think it's a combination. So I've got my lucky leopard jacket here. I've got my lucky hat on. So I think that's the combination. I think this is the combination we should work with. I think that's a good idea. All right. He is slowly moving back down towards the area of the road. Oh, my back tire is in an elephant dug hole. Another spider to the face. Little spiders. Let's see if we can slowly catch up. But if he keeps moving that way... Oh, he's just here. If he keeps moving that way, we're going to have quite a tough time following him because this block is quite thick. And unfortunately, it can be quite a challenge to navigate. Alright, let's see. I think Marius might go back towards Treehouse Dam just now. But speaking of, it sounds like Julius is making his way towards a waterhole. So let's go have a look there while I try and find my ribs again.
Yeah, Tez seems to be having a wonderful time over there by the other watering hole. There's been quite a lot of activity over there. I think the bush gods are with her this evening. But yeah, we've been having a wonderful drive, amazing scenery out here, enjoying a beautiful sunset at this watering hole. That's how the bush is. I mean, you take one wrong turn and then, yeah, you will be enjoying a nice scenery, and then another turn, and there'll be a lot of game that is in that area. Nonetheless, just being out here is quite amazing. We're just absorbing every little bit of the experience that we have. I mean, the colors are beautiful. It's just that golden hour whereby all the colors have turned nice, beautiful, and gold. And it's been an amazing day today, not a breath of wind in the air. It's been a very, very calm day today, which has been quite good. It started quite chilly this morning. I think temperature was around about 8 degrees, and yeah, it was very, very, very nippy. Nice mist lifting off the watering holes in the morning when we started. But yeah, no, it's been a wonderful day, and birds chirping for the last time, calling all their family members that it's time to go and roost. Afternoon, Sally. I think I never actually thought of becoming a guide, to be honest with you, but I was a country boy, and nature was always a second nature to me. So whatever career choice I was going to choose was going to be an outdoor kind of a career. Horses are my first love, so I love horses, and I wanted to become a jockey, funny enough. But then, yeah, like anybody else, there's always turns in life that makes you to do something different. And 20 years later, I'm actually still here in the bush, enjoying life in the bush, yeah. Welcome back, Duckman lover. Sure. Out of my head at the moment, I think the most terrifying moment, I've had a couple, but I'll just pick one out of my head, which I had an experience with a big male lion at one stage, where we had actually seen a lion. We were doing a morning drive, and we saw this beautiful male lion on the opposite side of the river. And then when we decided to drive around to get to where that lion was, the lion had gone. And then I decided, okay, let me just go out and actually try and see if I can actually find this lion. Maybe he had gone down the river to actually take a bit of a sleep over there on the nice cool sand. And probably 10 meters from the vehicle, there was a tiny bush of an acacia that you couldn't even think that a fully grown lion was actually hiding behind. As I walked out of the vehicle, and I'd left the rifle in the vehicle, and that lion stormed out of the of that bush, and yeah, he growled and spitted and did everything that he could with at me. And yeah, I just froze. I couldn't do anything because I was caught by surprise. But I think my guest actually got more fright than I did. I just had to tiptoe back into the vehicle, and nobody was talking for the first 10 minutes. I just drove. That was the end of the lion sighting. And after that, everybody just burst laughing, that panic giggle. And yeah, it was quite a hair-raising moment. Yeah, coming to think of it, also, I mean, yeah, I think, Kim, things like this, I think back of your mind as a guide, you actually know that it's going to happen. You know, when, you just don't know, but you need to always be ready for it, so that when it does happen, you are prepared and react accordingly and deal with the situation as it comes. So that is why we go through gruesome training as guides to actually deal with such situations. But yeah, no, it actually keeps you on your toes, and it makes you humble, and you respect nature even more. You don't get blasé, because that's one thing that actually is very dangerous when you're out here, is to be blasé with what is happening out in the bush. You always need to make sure that you are respectful and you respect nature. What a beautiful evening. Look at that sky. Amazing, amazing colors. I mean, look at the reflection on that water. Beautiful evening.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
Just been sitting quietly, and there's been some hippos calling on the side, and some crested francolins also calling. Sometimes you need to listen to those you need to listen to those birds. They will actually give you an indication of whatever is coming in this area. And we're just going to go back to Chris and see what he's up to, and have a look at him and enjoy what he's doing. Thanks a lot.
Our elephant bulls have now made their way into the Ndlovu drainage. Interesting. Ndlovu is the local name for elephant. It's actually spelled Ndlovu, often just pronounced Ndlovu, which is actually more a Zulu name. But anyway, same thing. Just find it interesting how now they started to move into the drainage. And they're still pointing westwards towards Leopard Dam. And one can already see how light is fading. Sun is down. So now we're just waiting for our afternoon glow, the evening glow that's going to hopefully again rise up, which we'll hopefully can get onto the screen. It's almost become a little Pridelands custom to have our little evening glow. Not just yet. The sun has just gone down. So we'll give it about 10 minutes or so. And hopefully we'll get that lovely glow. And if we can get a nice skyline, we can get to experience that. Jade is asking if Pridelands is mainly an area with mainly elephants. Hi, Jade. Jade, no. I mean, Pridelands is part of the greater Kruger, so there's various other animals around. I mean, the elephants here, in terms of the population density, is very much the same as it would be throughout most of the greater Kruger, which includes Djuma. And the same as within a certain area, there's times where we hardly see elephants. So they're not territorial, they move over long distances. But yes, there's leopard here, there's lion, there's hyena, there's buffalo. So in that respect, it's very similar to Djuma, the rest of the Sabi Sands, the Timbavati, Kruger itself. It's all part of the same broader system. And you will find local variations on that in terms of certain areas might be better for elephants at times, and certain areas might have a higher lion population or denser lion population. Remember that the greater Kruger is made up of various different types of bushveld, and each have their own array of animals that would be found in abundance there.
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go. Nearly got him.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds,
He's being pushed over. Just hear them, how they're breaking branches. It's incredible. Yeah, that tree snapped there. Powerful stuff. Anyway, let's go to Tess to see what she's up to on her drive.
I'm still doing happy dance. That's what I'm doing on my bumble. I don't know if it's the hat, the jacket, or the hair. hairstyle, but something happened and we got lucky today and I'm so excited about it. My ribs moved off and unfortunately we couldn't follow through a very wet section of the drainage line, so I don't know where he's gone now, but that's okay. I'm happy. So I'm going to go and do cheetah cut line because it's amazing. That's actually very true. So Gwen, who's in my ear today from MC, has the same hairstyle as me today. So I think it's the double whammy luck. That's lucky for everyone from the hairstyles. Having a little dance party. So good, so good, so good. But anyway, I realize now that with all the excitement from today, with Ndebele's 2 cubs and then my ribs and everything going weird and amazingly, I didn't actually get around to answering Jax's question about the sins of our youth, as she called it. I didn't do anything weird. I'm trying to think of everything that I did when I was younger, but I mean, I'm sure I did plenty of weird things, but I didn't ever eat anything weird in that sense. Like ants and things like that. I'm fairly sure I tried an ant once and that was enough. But I don't think I ever ate any weird stuff from the bush. I really don't. But I did used to do sugar on bread. I was really young. Go ahead, Michelle.
What's your locker present?
Going north on Cheetah Cut Line, just north of Gary, Main. Sorry, interruption.
Okay, copy. No problems.
Copied. Cedric is headed towards Treehouse Dam if you need something.
No problems. Thanks very much. I'm just here at Chibamo at Gary Cut Line. Gary Main, sorry, junction. Stalking. The reach across south into Little Gary.
He was headed towards that junction. I think Cedric's on his way there. Alright, sorry, back to my story. So I used to put sugar on bread. Who knows why, because that's just like sugar on sugar on sugar. But anyway, it tastes good. And I did put yogurt on bread once or twice as well. Just a thin layer, just for some flavouring. I don't really think I did anything else that was very weird. I don't think I ever really ate anything weird. My brothers used to laugh at me because I sometimes used to dip Wheat Bix in coffee. Wheat Bix is like I don't know what you call them, it's like a whole grain bar of cereal. But anyway, Wheat Bix. I used to sometimes dip one of those in coffee. But I think that's about all I used to do. I didn't really eat any strange insects or put butter between leaves like Jax used to make leaf sandwiches. Didn't ever do that. But I can tell you, I'm very proud. It's a disgusting habit, but I used to bite my nails. And I clearly don't anymore. I'm very, very proud of this fact. It took me years. But I don't bite my nails anymore. Look at that. Natural nails, and these are the shortest they've been in a while. So I'm very proud of myself, everybody. Very proud. It's a disgusting habit. I don't know why I ever started, but anyway. Yes, it is what it is. Laura Moore, I agree. Bread, butter, cinnamon and sugar are pretty good. It reminds me of Mom's homemade pancakes. Yum. Yum. Although one of my favorite things, I must be honest, when I really feel like it, is either just a salad sandwich, so like cheese, tomato, lettuce, cucumber with mayonnaise, or if I really feel like it, a butter and Bovril sandwich or butter and peanut butter sandwich. When you feel like it, that is one of the best things. And I'm a firm believer that a toasted sandwich, a toastie, is one of the most underrated meals in history. Firm believer. Can you tell I'm a bread person? It's actually quite embarrassing. If you couldn't tell from my face and how it looks, now you know.
This is amazing. And now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants have huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion and the lioness. They're still going after them. Look at that guy charging. Hey!
It's Scottish Lauren as your underwater biologist. We have a turtle! So this is the knife symbol for a turtle. So today is not any ordinary day, it is World Ocean Day.
The more I think about it, I really do think it is the hairstyles that got lucky today. Got a bit of a strange hairstyle going today. I don't often wear pigtails, but when I do, they're never just normal pigtails, are they? No, they're plaited as well. Plaited and then pigtailed. I feel like it's good. A little plait on the top, a little side pigtail. I really like that. It's actually a fishbone plait. Lucky fishbones. Okay, it sounds like Cedric is on an adventure. He is back on Rusty. So let's head over and have a look where he's off to.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm just coming from a Treehouse Dam, and yes, what a pleasure to have Julius Makize on interview here on Rusty today, this afternoon. Wonderful stories from him, and definitely a very scary encounter with that lion. Definitely I would have also wet my pants at that point of time. But yes, but talking about food, bread. I'm not a big bread fan, but my older brother showed me this thing where you actually, bovrils, like Marmite, but bovrils more the beef extracts, that you take of course the beef extracts, the beefy bovril, and you smear it on your bread, and then after that you put mayonnaise on top of that. So bovril and mayonnaise, absolutely divine. It's the bomb. It's the shizzle of all things, and yeah, I love that. And I'm almost like, I'm going to say it's one of those things where you crave, and I do crave it quite often, is that bovril and mayonnaise. So yes, we do have our weird tastes and choices in food. Definitely. I don't know about, and Kat was telling me as well about his wheat picks and black tea, and he said unfortunately it's not his favorite at all. It was not his choice. So, but that's another interesting combination of food choices there. Oh no. But anyway, we're on just past Treehouse Dam, and I know that Tess said she left my ribs here in this block somewhere, so I'm very interested to kind of scanning this area, because we also got all these vultures that were in the tree earlier around this area. So I don't know what's happened here. There is a kill somewhere around here. Maybe those vultures just decided to relax and perch in the trees, but the way they were sitting, I'm sure there must be something in his vicinity. So I'm hoping maybe Marips will be, maybe that's why he's here. Maybe he picked up on that. He saw the vultures come and land in the trees. So maybe, typical Marips, he's coming to investigate the area and seeing what's around here. So yes, let's hold thumbs and everything to see if we are lucky with him here somewhere. But it is a little bit of a big block and a thick block, so just hoping he decides to come out into the open where we can see him.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best. and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
Sorry, I just thought you saw something there. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I see Chris is having an absolutely brilliant day in Pridelands. So let's head off to Chris to see what's happening with these elephants. Brilliant.
These elephants have led us now to an incredible skyline. There's a lovely leadwood in front of us and a couple of dead ones in the back. It's a very typical bushveld sunset scene. This is a scene that I've seen in my life since childhood. Still appreciates it every day. And we still have our elephants. It's a bit dark now, but they're still around. Somebody just pushed over a very big tree here. Hi there, JD. JD wants to know if the elephants can cross out of the Kruger National Park into other parts of Africa. JD, yes, indeed. So the Kruger Park lies in the northeast of South Africa, and that goes all the way up to where Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa joins up. So there into Zimbabwe and parts of Mozambique, there's a transfrontier area where there's no physical boundaries in the form of fences. And they can move all the way into the Gonorrhea Zoo National Park up north. They can go eastwards into Mozambique. Westwards in South Africa at times is difficult because there's a lot of towns and civilization, although it does happen. Remember that there is no such thing as an elephant-proof fence. So they do escape. The park often enters agricultural areas. And I know there's an organization called Elephants Alive who has been doing some incredible research on elephant movements. I'm sure you can get them on social media, but they're also involved in some of the elephants that you can see out in this park, where they have collared them with, I mean, some of those elephants have even in the south entered Mozambique all the way through into Swaziland, down back into the east coast of South Africa, the KwaZulu-Natal province, around Tembe Elephant Park, back all the way. It's actually a journey that was followed quite extensively. I think it was 7 bulls or something like, or 6 bulls. I can't remember exactly, but it was incredible how far these animals move. But a simple answer to your question is yes, especially eastwards into Mozambique and northwards into Zimbabwe.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Franklin going as well. Well, that was an incredible afternoon spent with Ellies. It's nice to have seen how it unfolds, how they change their feeding behavior, movement as the sun's going down. We're going to be moving back eastwards, and therefore let's head over to Tessa, who's out on a bit of a game drive.
You couldn't have said it better, Chris. A lovely afternoon spent with your elephants. Beautiful flowery sunset. Absolutely gorgeous. I am bumbling with a well-deserved hot cup of coffee, headed towards Buffelshoek Dam on Central Road. And I was thinking about it, what I wanted to see, because before every drive we chat with the directors and MC, and you know, we kind of have an idea of what we're going to do for the day. And what I said was, I want to go to the hyena den and see if we can figure out how many cubs Ndebele has, and I want to find some elephants. We've seen 2 cubs with Ndebele. My heart was already bursting. We saw crazy cool interactions at the den. Bonus. Found elephants in a Marib sighting. Are you joking? We saw him attempt a hunt and get treed by hyenas. I don't think I was expecting that. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It is making me warm enough that I'm not even feeling as much of the cold as I thought I would. Just my thumb feels it. Just the tip of my thumb. So good. Anything else we find is an absolute bonus. I can't believe we found Maribs on Djuma. Back where it all started. Wow. Thank you all for sharing that with me. Honestly, that was roller coaster. Too much excitement. So much happiness in one day. So much. You see, this is why I'm a firm believer that quieter mornings like this morning, where we got to appreciate some of the smaller things and just absorb everything around us, it is so well worth it for an afternoon like this afternoon. The kind of quieter drives almost give you a minute to catch your breath. Oh, Freddie, that's a good question. I feel like he might get a bit bigger than Mulwati, because, I mean, he's already grown so much since the last time I saw him. I can't even believe it. When I saw him and I thought, I think this is Maribs, I thought he's grown a lot. He has grown a lot. So, I mean, he's still got a lot of filling out to do. He's still young. Just over 2 years old. He's still very young. So he's got a lot of filling out to do. By the time he gets to 6 years old, I think he's going to be a very big boy. So he very well could be the equivalent to Mulwati, maybe even bigger. I know Shasha is a bit bigger than Marib, so I think Shasha will definitely be bigger than Mawati. But Marib's definitely has a pretty good chance of being that big too, if not bigger. So lovely to think about. Still so much life ahead of him. Stunning, stunning, stunning.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
Is that not the most beautiful? Wow. Those colors, kind of from the dark purples going down to the beautiful fiery orange. Absolutely stunning. Oh my goodness. Let's just listen for a little bit. Let's just soak it in. Can faintly in the distance hear a pearl-spotted owlet. But it's somewhere behind us. Oh, this is just too gorgeous. It's going to be very tough to pull myself away from a sight like that. But it sounds like Chris is doing very much the same thing that I am, enjoying a beautiful skyline. So let's go and have a look before it gets too dark.
Fortunately, I'm going to take you to the moon, as where we are now, there's unfortunately close to a power line, and that will not be such a great sky. Still some lovely colors there on the moon. And we have a waxing crescent moon at the moment. Isn't that pretty? And that's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger every day until full moon. So we'll reach first quarter in about a week's time, about 7th of June. And then on the 14th, we'll have full moon, and then the moon will start waning again. And roughly about the 21st-ish, I think we'll have third quarter. And about a week after that, we'll have new moon again. Hi there, Roading Travel says this is absolutely magic. Yes. I love the moon. Love watching the moon as well. Tessa barks at the moon on occasion though.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. Oh. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to Bushwise Field Guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
Even if you are able to see a moon like this, especially when it's sort of like a quarter, sort of first quarter moon, and then you get that sort of shade where the shady part and the light part meet, that's called the terminator. And then there you get a lot of contrast. And you can, if you just even use binoculars, you can actually see the craters on the moon, which is quite nice to witness. Let's get over to Cedric to see what he has got in store for us.
Chris, you say that Tessa likes barking at the moon. Oh, no, that's funny. That is funny. But it is a beautiful evening. I think the sky colors are amazing, and I think, yes, definitely it's going to be quite a dark evening. It's a very small moon at the moment, but I think it's going to be a stunning evening. It is very chilly, and I can feel the nip, and I think tomorrow morning they say it's, I saw again, I think it's 5 or 6 degrees Celsius here. So 5, 6 degrees Celsius. Oh my word! Ooh, that is going to be very cold. That's going to be very cold. Sorry, I just thought I saw something there. What did I see? It's called a branch. It looks like a leopard. Sorry about that. Thought it was a leopard lying in a tree. I'm having my special moments again. I keep on thinking there's something in the tree, and it's not. It's just a branch. But yes, I think I'm going to put socks around my hands tomorrow morning. It's going to get that cold. I didn't bring my gloves. I forgot my gloves. So I think I'll maybe take a pair of socks and make gloves out of them. Well, they make good gloves. As long as it's clean socks, I'm sure. It'll be good for my hands. At least it's something. So yeah, that investigation on all those vultures that were around Shabamu towards Treehouse Dam, I didn't really pick up on anything really that side. I did take a walk a little bit in that drainage line to see, but I didn't see, didn't smell anything. I didn't smell any carcass. I didn't, see any tracks. That's a weird thing on all those different vultures that side. Looks like we've got an antelope in front of us there. Well, I'm going to head back onto the western area of Djuma Private Game Reserve. I think I'm going to try and see if I can see where maybe a male leopard has come through that area. Because once again, I'm not going to give up on tortoise pan or molawati. It's definitely the two leopards that I want to see. Or I just want to see at least one of them, just one of them before next week, before Sunday. So yes. Before Monday. That's correct. That's correct indeed. I shall continue my search. Jamie, good evening. Thank you for joining us on WildEarth on this beautiful sunset safari. Jamie, I don't think it gets that cold where the roads freeze over. I've never seen, in my entire time in this area, I've never seen any ice on the roads here. And as well, I don't think, because we don't get really, a little Daker that's in front of me. We don't get really the rain in winter, so it creates like a water layer for it to freeze over. So, luckily not Jamie, but I would like to go to an ice rink and do a little bit of skating. I haven't done that before. It would be very nice. I think I'm planning to go to Netherlands in September for a couple of weeks to go visit my older brother there, so I'm really hoping it's still going to be quite cold that side, and hopefully there is going to be some ponds that's frozen over, and then I can skate across, and I can just play a beautiful frozen tune and just skate across.
I'll pay money.
It said he'll pay money to see that.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Yes, I'm just still now coming up to Zoe's junction with Philemon's cut line, and I think I'm going to go do up Zoe's. I think that's a good idea, because that is this road is one of the roads that I've been seeing this male leopard walking up and down into Hoffman's, coming out of Hoffman's, going straight up. Yeah, Joey, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I can rollerblade. I'm actually, what's that? It's rollerblades. So yeah, that's right. I've used rollerblades before, and yes, no, I can rollerblade. Not the greatest, but I can. So I will try that skating pod, but I'm just so scared of those blades on this, like this, the skating shoes. I always got this terrible thing in my mind that I'm going to fall and cut myself with one of those blades on my leg or something, but I know they're not sharp, so. But yeah, I'm definitely going to give it a go. Definitely. If not, then, and if there's no ice around there or ice rinks around there, then maybe I'll just do the rollerblading and stick to that. Maybe then there's a reason for me not to skate. can imagine Gowrie Dam freezes over. Yeah, I'll definitely go and ice skate on Gowrie Dam. Maybe I'll skate above the froggies' heads and little terrapins. But yes, let's head over to Tess and see if she's done any ice skating.
Me and ice skating are not very likely to happen. I'd love to, said, but unfortunately, I trip on flat surfaces. Can you imagine me on a smooth one with skates? I might actually break the whole system. I would love to give it a bash though. Said, I did not know that you knew Frozen and the songs from it, let alone like a specific one. I think you should sing it for us. At least a line. Or part of the chorus. I think that would be good. But no, I've never been ice skating. I'm not terrible at rollerblading, I suppose. Skateboarding, not a chance. Nope. Not happening. Kneeboarding, not bad at. That's probably the one I'm best at of the few. So kneeboarding is on water. It's a water sport. For those of you that don't know, it looks like a mini surfboard with some padding for your knees. You kind of strap yourself in. And you kneeboard behind a boat. That I'm not bad at. And tubing, I absolutely love pulling a tube behind a boat. I love tubing. That I'll do. Yep. I think it's, like those kinds of things though, it's because I know if I fall, it's just the water. It can hurt, it can hit you hard, but not as bad as the floor would hurt me if I fell on my face ice skating. Or I'd actually be scared of breaking my coccyx as well, falling on my bum. I'm actually just picturing it. I would look a little bit like a spider on a hot plate, just legs everywhere as I'm tripping and going in a million different directions. Might be fun. Right, so I'm on Buffelshoek Katla and I'm heading west towards Gallagher Shortcut Aubrey's Road area. I can believe it. A lot of people are saying that it's not fun falling on a cold floor when you're ice skating. I feel like I'd need one of those funny pants that they put on you with like the knee guards and the elbow guards, and they put those pants on you and stuff them with that cushiony stuff. So if you fall, it doesn't hurt too bad. But I still feel like I'd probably break something, myself and the floor and the skates. Sounds like me. I'm very good at breaking things, especially myself. We are going through patches of incredibly nice and warm and then absolutely freezing. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I was looking for...
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. Look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer, and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Very fiery sky for our first winter night. Officially winter, and very possibly one of my favorite days that I've had so far. So what I'm hoping for along this stretch is possibly one of the different prides of lions, although I feel like that is a little too much to ask for after the day, right? But it would be a nice cherry on the top of this beautiful cake that has been today. But even just a jellet or something like that, something different that I haven't seen in a while. I don't know if we actually have the time, but if we do, I actually wouldn't mind a fast 5 tonight. I feel like it's been an exciting day. Why not make it better with some very odd questions? I don't know, but I feel like a fast 5. What do you think? Winning in my ear. Oh, I'm excited. Winning is winning. So we are very close to Sydney's Dam at the moment. Switch off my spotlight. I'm fairly sure this is where we heard lions calling from during the night. It might be around here somewhere. The S8 or Mbali male likes to be around here, and the Humorous have been around here a bit as well. But I am going to continue towards Sandy Patch. Hopefully I can get a little bit lucky with something nocturnal. Please send in some fast 5 questions for me, and I'll send you over to Cedric in the meantime.
Okay, that's funny actually that Tess is saying that she will struggle to do ice skating, and because she's not that great with walking on normal land as it is. But there's a nice saying that we actually call people that, like, if you have a little bit of a wobble, or I'm gonna say a funny way of not keeping your feet too steady on the ground, like Tess's situation, we call it a sticky meow. So sticky meow is like if you fall a lot, and if you're like clumsy and you're not good at skating or anything like rollerblades, roller skates or anything like that, and okay, you've got a sticky meow. But I think I want to talk to myself because I haven't tried that ice skating thing. So yes, so let's give that one maybe a skip just for now.
All things bright and beautiful. All creatures great and small. All things wise and wonderful. WildEarth will see it all. Each little flower that opens. Each river that does flow. Join us to celebrate World Environment Day for a very special safari show.
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to bushwise field guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best. And the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
I'm gonna definitely try and look for the chameleon. Come on, chameleon. Red, green, and gold. All right, let's see if we can find that chameleon. But it's a little bit cool now, a little bit cold. I think it's a little bit now late into, or starting our winter, of course, but away from summertime. So I think a lot of these chameleons have really ducked further into this vegetation, into the thickets, and keeping nice and warm over this period of time, over this winter that's coming through now. And I think today has been definitely the coldest day of the year so far, for sure. For sure. But it's all right, that's winter. I'm looking forward to it. It is nice. You can sleep so nice in winter time. I love it. I love it so much. To a point, but I still love it. All right. I wonder if we can also try and see what the little night creatures we shall find. I'm just looking for any little eyes that's looking at me. Maybe some reflection. Oh, Betty, as the bush started going brown yet. Yes, Betty, good evening, Betty. Thank you for joining us. But yes, Betty, the bush has started browning up a bit. You can see that the leaves have started falling quite late. I mean, I've never seen at this time of the year, June, that it's still so thick and you can hardly really see deep into the bush. So definitely very green at this time, but it is browning up. The grass is starting to turn that real brown color. And trees are going into that dormant state. So give and take, and it happens very quickly. So give and take, I'll tell you, without any rain now further from here, another, say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's going to be total contrast to what we see now. So it is amazing how quickly this vegetation decides to change up. And ooh, what was that? I thought it was a little owlet, eh?
Nightjar.
It was a nightjar. Looked like a little owlet to me.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. We want to hear from our WildEarth kids this World Environment Day. You are the future protectors of our planet, and we want to help you understand what needs to be preserved.
We saw a termite mound. We got to see a lot of unique animals. Some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right? A whole lot of different creatures.
It was amazing that we could ask questions.
Kids, send in your questions for our special World Environment Day safari on June the 5th.
It was so cool.
But definitely, I think tomorrow morning I am going to investigate once again around there towards Shabamu Treehouse Dam, especially Treehouse Dam. I think Treehouse Dam, take a look around that side. I wonder if there's not lions in that block somewhere. And when Julius and myself at one stage, we did think we did smell like, you know, when the lions do urinate at a certain spot, and when they lie there the whole day and urinate. We picked up on that urine of lions. but it was difficult to really pinpoint because there were so many vultures all really roosting all around that area. But hopefully tomorrow morning maybe they will go down for a drink if there is lions, and hopefully we are lucky with some that side on Treehouse Dam. So that is going to be my mission 101 tomorrow morning for sure. For sure. All right, now I'm on Aubrey's. You know who I'd love to see now is actually in Sele. That beautiful female leopard with the one eye. She's lovely. I mean, I remembered. I'm getting myself tangled up here. What are you doing, Cedric? I would love to see that female again. I mean, I've seen her for such a long time and known her for such a long time. I've seen her only once since I've been back up here in the north. And that was almost the first week that I started here at WildEarth. But anyway, while we continue up Aubrey's, let's head over to Tess to see how her safari is going.
I am doing pretty much the same thing, using my spotlight to try and find some critters, but I'm more excited for my fast five. Oh, let's do it. I'm so excited. I don't know how everybody comes up with the questions, but they amaze me every time. They really do. I had some really interesting ones. I wonder what I'm in for tonight. Just to let everyone know where I am, I'm on Impala Road, driving south towards Impala Plains.
Any order station copy?
Go ahead.
There's the rumba and one time have just crossed the Leopard and Leather going north.
Copy that, thanks so much. JD, that is a fantastic first question. Flat shoe, definitely a flat shoe, and I love a boot. I'll wear wedges, but I'm not a fan of stilettos. I'm a bush girl. Also, Gwynny, could you please let Sid know if he wants to? Kalamba and her cubs have just crossed into Juma from where they were this morning on Little Gowrie. Please let him know. Oh, now I want to wear a wedge, JD. Maybe I should wear a wedge sometime soon. Oh, my boots this morning. Ooh. Sorry, I don't actually know how to answer that. Pigeon females don't have milk, and no, I don't know anybody that has tried pigeon milk. I'm sorry. Wow. Moore, that's a good one. My favorite pet has probably been my Jack Russell Eddie. I had him for 11 years and he was my best friend in the world. But I've had some close seconds. My rabbits, the one in particular, Tinky, was absolutely brilliant. She was litter box trained and she loved the dogs, and she used to just kind of live lived with us in the house freely, no cages, nothing. It was absolutely incredible. And I've loved my mouse birds as well, Twizzer in particular, Twizzer and Pepsi. I absolutely loved those two mouse birds, but none of them as much as Eddie, my Jack Russell. Good question. Tammy, you've still got my head spinning. Wow, well done. That's very possibly the best question I've ever gotten on a Fast Five. Whew. Everybody calm down, it's fine. Real good. Love it.
The hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds,
Jody, hardcore question. I think there's pros and cons to both. I would probably end up choosing werewolf because I'd love to experience being an animal running really fast, being able to shapeshift. If we're talking about the kind of werewolves that can shapeshift between human and werewolf, that would be amazing. But other than that, yeah, I think I'd have to go with werewolf. It would be cool to be a vampire if I had like super speed and stuff. So are we talking like Twilight kind of vampire or different kind of vampire? I don't know. So I can see something there. But I don't know what it is. It's a bit far and I can't off-road unless I know what it is. But I don't know why I have a feeling it's... Oh, I think it's an antelope of sorts under there. It's so far that you can't really see it, but I think it's an antelope. Yeah, I think it's just an antelope sleeping. Yes, it is. Oopsies, sorry. It's worth checking. It kind of looked like a leopard form, you know, when leopards kind of lie down. Oh. Baby hyena, you know, we've been having this conversation since Cedric was asked that question on his Fast Five, and it is such a tough question to answer because if you change an event in history, the rest of history changes. And honestly, how do you actually choose any event in history? So for me personally, it wouldn't be a massive historical event, as much as I'd love to change many millions of things that have happened in the world. I know it would affect people negatively and positively, and it would change the rest of history. So I wouldn't change a massive event, but what I would do is I would have spent, just before my grandmother passed away, I went away and I didn't come home for the weekend, and I always used to see her on the weekends, and I didn't come home that last weekend. And when I left, I had the flu, so I couldn't hug her and say goodbye because I didn't want to make her sick. So I stood at the door and I said, it's okay, Nan, I'll see you next weekend. Love you. And I walked out and I didn't come home the next weekend, and then she passed away. So I would have gone home that weekend and I would have told her again and again and again. That's what I would have changed. I would have spent that last little bit of time with her that I could. If only I knew, isn't it funny? If only we knew these things. Oh, that last one got me in the feels, everybody. Wowza, good job. That's a really good one. Thanks, everybody. Cool. Breathe. Excellent fast five, everybody. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Hard, but brilliant. That last one was hard. But so worth it. So, lesson to everybody at home, spend as much time as you can with the people that you love. And can you believe I went away for that weekend? For a boy at the time. And in hindsight, I could kick myself every single day for that because he wasn't even that great. Isn't it funny? Oh, goodness. But I'll never make that mistake again. I choose very wisely now. And I choose who I'd spend my time with and how I spend my time very, very wisely. I suppose it was a lesson that had to be learned at some point. I'm now on Ballinati's, approaching Zoe's Rebecca's junction. And I think I'm actually going to do Zoe's and Philemon's. I have a feeling. John, there are chameleons out. Well, they're here. Whether or not we'll see them is a different story because it is so cold. Remember, a chameleon can't control its own body temperature. So it's going to be very cold because of how cold it is outside at the moment. So they definitely won't be out on the branches like we're used to seeing them. And if they are, it'll be the odd one here and there, very few and far in between. So no, I don't think we're going to see chameleons. They are here. We just might not be lucky enough to see them. It's a bit too cold. They'll be hiding somewhere in...
This is amazing. And now she's headed towards the elephants. Yeah, here comes the male behind us. This is the male lion coming over here. The elephants have huddled up to protect the young ones in the middle, and he's going after that girl. And they are the buffalo going after the lion and the lioness. They're still going after them. Look at that guy charging. Hey!
It's Scottish Lauren as your underwater biologist. We have a turtle! So this is the knife symbol for a turtle. So today is not any ordinary day, it is World Ocean Day.
Sorry, Gwen, did you just say someone's just asked if they can introduce me to their son? Is that what you just said? Did you just say that? Please tell me you just said that. considering I've met you in person, I would be honored to meet your son. I miss you, by the way. Hi, Earth Lover. Earth Lover has been on a ticket to dream with me, and she's absolutely brilliant. I love her to bits and pieces. That's a really good comment, Earth Lover. That's got me giggling for days. Goodness. Between Tim and Earth Lover, I think I'm going to be giggling for the rest of the week. I love it. What a good day it's been. Absolutely fantastic. From here on out, everything is a bonus. I keep imaginarily seeing snakes in the road. From all of the branches the elephants have dropped, some of them look like snakes. And after seeing that snake with Eagle, I think it was just before he left actually, and when I saw that snake in the road, I keep seeing snakes everywhere, crossing the road. Alrighty, I'm gonna keep going. I'm almost at Philemon's cut line. So hopefully something along here pops out close enough to be in view of the infrared. I'll send you over to Cedric to see what he's up to on his side.
Yes, I can imagine seeing snakes all over the show, but they're not there. That could be a little bit scary. Sounds like a nightmare. But yes, I'm on quarantine open now. I'm not seeing too much on this side, which it is nice and chilly. But I heard about one of the questions about, for Tess is that you're talking about a vampire or a wolf. Or what? A wolf. A werewolf. I don't think a werewolf is... I'm scared of werewolves. I think a werewolf is... they don't look too pretty. I watched one movie called Werewolf of London, and I had nightmares. I was a kid when I watched it, and I had nightmares of a werewolf. So, yeah, definitely, I think Tess mustn't turn into a werewolf. I will definitely have nightmares. But I love vampires. Are cool. Vampires are very, very cool. I think those are the ones that's, I can imagine sitting on top of the roof of like this big building. You can imagine an ancient building sitting right on top and looking at the full moon. Or do they come out in full moons?
The Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is approaching us rapidly. This year, we'll be heading to bushwise field guides at the Southern African Wildlife College from the 27th June till the 2nd of July. We will soon meet all our contestants who are vying for the prize of being the very best of the best, and the judges who will put them through their paces. Join me, Steve Falconbridge, as we dream it, guide it, win it.
Yes. Wait, I think we've got a bit of chance. I see eyes here. As I said, we did have an African wildcat earlier. I think that's a scrubby. Oh, that might be a scrubby. Where's my goggles? I'll take a look here quickly.
Impala.
Oh, it's impala. Oh, they're lying down. Sorry, it's impala that's lying in the grass. And Cedric does it again. All right. Well, impala, African wildcat to a scrubby, and it ended up as an impala. Well done. But it's lying down in the grass. You can just see the eyes. Sorry, buddy. Did not know about that. Didn't see you there too clearly. Sitting a little bit low here. Thanks, Gert and Julius, for at least telling me what it was. Oh, nice elephant that side. Maybe we can get it with the infrared light. There is a big male elephant that's on the open clearing. Let's just double check if we can get a view of it. It might be a bit far, a little bit in the distance. So you can just see that. No, that's a bush. No, but I'm sure there is an elephant there. There to the left. There it is. There it is. There he walks. Okay, at least I got that one right. So, of course, a lonely male bull just wandering through, of course, here on the quarantine open. Well, we're very fortunate to have our infrared light, so we don't have to spotlight the poor boy, and he can do his own thing without any interference. Oh, my boy. But yes, definitely, what a wonderful day out here on a sunset safari on WildEarth. I think we had some fantastic sightings, nice elephants, of course marips as well, and elephants and hyena interaction with marips down there, Treehouse Dam. Definitely wonderful.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer, and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Excuse me. Now that was something that just flew into my throat, and I had to kind of get it out, a bug or something. But yes, a little nice little male elephant just ambling along on quarantine open. Hopefully he has a good night's snack. As you know, elephants can consume copious amounts of vegetation per day and night, of course. Just moving through. But yes, thank you very much for joining us on WildEarth on our Sunset Safari. And I'm sure Chris and BK in Pridelands and Tess and Panda on Wendy. And then, of course, Gert and Julius. And from myself and, of course, Quinn, our director at Final Control in Johannesburg, we all say thank you very much for joining us this evening, or this afternoon and this evening. And join us tomorrow morning, please, on our sunrise safari. And I'm hoping and maybe we can pick up on marips again. Thank you very much.
Animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.